Good evening, everybody. I was just sneezing up a storm, so for those of you who decided to visit off of the tweet, sorry to keep you waiting, and indeed for the rest of you who have been waiting for an hour from my earliest start time. I'm sorry to be coming in kind of at the end of my window. I don't have a really good excuse for it, but I have been pushing kind of hard at work, and I fell asleep. Okay, so I do have one small problem here with OBS, which is my chat seems to be going away. Woo. Okay. Sorry, this is a disaster. Cool. Very nice. Okay. Not so nice. I think there's a bug in OBS. I'm really sorry about this. I know it's a complete drag to put up with someone doing silent manipulation, but I think we're good to go. So yes, I'm late. I'm sorry for being late, especially because that's been a bit of a more regular thing going on. It's the end of the fiscal year where I work. And so while I am trying to at least pay lip service to work-life balance, I've definitely been pushing pretty hard on a lot of this stuff. So that sometimes has unexpected consequences, particularly along the lines of falling asleep when I want to be streaming, or needing to take a minute or two. Last Friday I decided I wanted to go out and have a walk because it's like the first nice day that we had for a while. But enjoy a movie, and I'll be back.
Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
Still really like that intro. Actually, so I'll deal with sort of the unexpected shift in the lineup today. It's nothing more than just happened to feel like playing Titan, and I had a couple reasons to do it. But Brace Yourself Games, the Twitch account, was in the chat, and I always kind of hate. So sometimes there is a benefit in just letting the game be like what it means to you, right? I think I'll give you an example. One thing I really like about the movie The Terminator. Now, I've said this a couple of times, so this may not knock you off your feet, but one of the things I really like about the movie The Terminator is that before the Terminator runs, and we will get to Industries of Titan, but this is my warm-up. This is my rants and my material. One of the things that I think is really great about the Terminator is that before the Terminator encounters Sarah Connor, the woman that it's designed to kill, you have got multiple instances of technology betraying its owners. And this shows up in a few different ways. If you watch that movie again, like Sarah is never able to make a phone call. She cannot get in touch with anyone. And her roommate is busy listening to her headphones when the Terminator comes into the apartment and is completely unaware of the danger that she's in. And of course, the one time that Sarah is capable of making a phone call is when she reveals she's at the Club Tech Noir, which I think a few of you who listen to a certain type of music will know that song, particularly if you've played Hotline Miami. But of course, this is the moment that the Terminator is in her apartment and it's picked up by the answering machine. And this is something that you will see repeatedly inside this particular story. I definitely believe that it is very intentional, and it is one of the reasons why James Cameron is an exceptional filmmaker. Because unlike other filmmakers who I have actually mentioned some of the people who do this, and it annoys me, but I won't because it's nice to focus on the positive stuff. Like some filmmakers will do that stuff, and then they will make sure that they put a big signpost in the, in the movie. And there's like books that do this too. It's this is just what it is to make things to create, particularly at a very high level, because definitely there's stuff like I love Paradise Lost, and I can talk about some of the stuff that goes into that. But I think the really exceptional people are confident enough in the story that they've told or the work that they've produced that, one, they are not going to make sure that they put a big signpost that says, "Look at me, I'm so clever," because it ceases to be about the work then, right? It's all about them. And this is why I get very frustrated by the people who do that. But on top of that, I think it just I think Terminator is an incredibly enjoyable film. I mean, I watched it probably 5 times before I ever noticed that. And it works. Like, it's just internally consistent. It reinforces sort of the themes of that movie. And I have a tremendous respect for how there are lots of little, like, nice little touches inside of it. The other thing that I like is, like, I mentioned this to a friend of mine. And so one of the things I love about this sort of stuff too is that every once in a while when I find something like that and they share it with a friend, they'll usually say, "Olaf, how you doing?" They usually say, "Oh, I got to watch that movie again." And like, those are the best ones, right? When you discover something about a film or a game or what have you, and it makes you want to experience it again. I've actually done that with an old Ridley Scott movie, Gladiator, with Russell Crowe. There's a similar one to that. But again, this is the big thing. At no point has at least as far as I can tell, I haven't run into any reviewers who've pointed this out. I haven't seen an interview with James Cameron. That was the first thing that somebody asked me. It's like, "Oh, so did James Cameron say that in an interview or something?" And I'm like, "No, so far as I can tell, this is a broadly unrecognized, but to me just an indisputable feature of Terminator, and one of the things that I think makes it great." And this is the really important thing for me. So, I felt a little uncertain asking, brace yourself, what they thought of the opening cinematic, because of course, part of the power of it and part of the appeal is that it can be like, playing the game, especially a game which is interactive, like that is your own experience. One of the things that makes Industries of Titan so good, and one of the reasons why I think it's going to be a game that, well, I mean, I can't declare success. I'm sure, Brace Yourself will say whether or not the game was a hit or not. I hope it's sold quite well, and it seems to have done all right on launch. But early access launch, obviously, for Steam. But one of the big things for me is that, a game like this, and I think one of the reasons why, if you watch things like Clark Tank, he'll talk about what goes, Ryan doesn't do Clark Tank anymore, but you can watch the archives on YouTube. And he'll talk about some of the, the trends in gaming and the types of games that seem to be doing well. It really does seem that this is the type of game which is, fits in that mold. And particularly it's because, people are able to sort of create and have, have that thing that they kind of can keep returning to, whether it's, it's not a survival crafting game like, Ark or Rust or anything like that. Although who knows, maybe that's that's in store for later. But these big sims, and particularly with its own sort of take on the genre, with its more strategy elements, and then the really great title. There's a lot of things to make this game really, really worthwhile. But again, like, if you're going to make a game like this, if you're going to be making a sim, even something like SimCity, so much of the experience is kind of the authorship that you put on it, right? It's your city. You get to do what you want with it. It's why I like playing with the Rebels on, because it's a city that has been shaped by the adversity. So, with that in mind, you never want to take away the magic and get someone to say, it's like, can you please declare the official lore of this video? But I'm glad that they responded, because one thing that I think I had missed in the opening cinematic is that I had always assumed that it's because the person on the train seems to have blue hair, and so does the person on the podium, or the one who's proposing the ship. So I was under the impression that it was the same person, and so it was either they had an idea for a ship and found success, or they had an idea for a ship and it was stolen, and they're in the audience watching, or that it's, entirely offensive. I mean, essentially to me, I had this moment because the blue hair is recognizable. And again, it could just be something with the lighting that I'm missing, but because I made this connection of blue hair and the same person, I'm sort of thinking that you have someone looking at themselves in the cinematic. But after watching it again, it does seem that they're two different people. So I got something new. Anyways, it's nice. Like, I really like that cinematic, and I like the fact that I get to find new things or question some of my assumptions going in. And I think that speaks to the strength of it. I think that speaks to why it's a good opening cinematic. Whatever interpretation you take of it, I think it does a really great job of sort of setting the tone for the game. Because like I said, while, I may have a certain degree of authorship over the experience, there's also quite a bit of good writing in this, which we're going to get into now. So, factions, landfallers, origin planet Various, population 2,581,374. Their strengths are they are industrious, innovative, and driven. They have no leader. They were first established 13 years ago. As the Titan Gold Rush ramped up, many startups and corporations from Earth, Mars, and the asteroid belt have scrambled to snap up ruin-rich land and start their own urban businesses. The Landfallers faction is a swirling, leaderless group of striving hopefuls from across the system. They dreamed big, and they've almost certainly tasted failure. They share a common hyper-capitalist culture. Landfallers are motivated by their perilous position and the powerful rewards of success. Every once in a while, these ventures can be incredibly successful. A few are already on their way to becoming full-fledged factions on Titan. Fleeters. Origin planet None, population 6,740. Strengths, hardworking, adaptable, diplomatic. Leader, Tanith Tau. First established, the date in which the first person was born in 0G has been lost to time. Fleeters are born and bred in 0G. Their gravityless life has led to brittle bones, taller statures, and being capable of withstanding conditions that many planet-born humans cannot. There are even rumors that they can survive exposed to outer space for longer, but the Luna Colony's Ethics Confederation have put their foot down on any experiments testing this theory. The tragedy of fleeters is that they cannot step foot planetside. Their weak bones would be crushed by the gravity. Even artificial gravity tends to cause blood pressure problems and bone aches if endured for too long. They are often contracted by the Council to do work in outer space that planet-born people aren't suited for. All right, so we only have one character right now. We did do this biography before, but I always keep... I fail to appreciate how much I like the... I mean, it's simple animation, but it's very, very good with the expressions. Anyways, Bahar Karoba, who I believe I keep messing up the names of people. I think Bahar is Soggy Newspaper in chat. I know I used to get that name switched up. Night Valiant, how you doing? Yeah, it was normally going to be Phantom Brigade. Not that I dislike the new patch for Phantom Brigade. It's just, well, I'll cover why I'm doing Industries of Titan, but I wanted to get some of the lore done. Because I keep talking about it, but I haven't taken the opportunity yet. I hope you're doing well, though. Faction Rebels. Leader of the Cobra Rebels. Origin Titan. Brought up by the founders of the small but successful Cobra Solutions, Bahar witnessed how Titan's corporations treated its employees. When they spoke out about it, their parents tried to have them converted. That was enough to push them towards the rebel cause. They were educated to take over the family business. Now they use that knowledge against the corporations of Titan and the council itself. Buildings. Factory. The factory provides ample room for devices, and they can be connected to other factories for additional floor space. Some of the citizens may not like their habitat pods being on the factory floor. Noisy and smelly are the major complaints, but many are quite attached to their little pods. Mine, not yours. Barum Vect was the first corporation to think about commissioning asteroid mining companies to produce equipment for Titan. When Barum Vect was destroyed by a rival corp, the mining equipment patents were snatched up and are now available to everyone as long as they can afford to build it. Some environmental extremists might say that the pollution caused is the true crime, but how else is a poor corp meant to enrich itself with resources? Smokestack. The smokestack works to eliminate waste by burning it quickly. While it frees up a lot of storage space and stops your city from getting too grimy, it also releases a lot of toxic chemicals that can be extremely harmful to citizens. This is especially true if you place residential buildings nearby. Storage facility. Shelves upon glorious shelves of minerals and isotopes, as far as the eye can see. Beautiful, really. They're also rarely checked on by corporate monitors, and so many corporations use them to store their more eclectic and possibly illegal items. Oh man, I was just thinking if they're very rarely checked on, I was like, I wonder if theft is going to be something that comes into the game later. Road. Allows vehicles to travel to connected areas of the city. Originally, trucks used the same roads as pedestrians, but accidents stacked up quickly. As it turns out, employees are not the most canny of drivers. Now, the roads are sunken, and garages are built on the lower floors of the corporations. Accidents decreased by 40% after this move, which is widely regarded as good enough. I actually kind of like the idea of... like the idea is a terrible way of saying this, but I think you all know I'm a terrible person at this point. But you've got an employee walking across the street, and the truck fails to stop, but it's the truck that implodes into the employee rather than the employee going forward. And so, that is their dedication to work. Although, obviously, the cost of the truck's coming out of their pay because, look, somebody's got to be made whole, right? Transport hub. Facilitates the construction of roads and the purchase of transport vehicles. If roads are the lifeblood of Titan, then hubs are the arteries that blood flows from. Energy plant. Energy plants convert fuel from turbines into energy for the grid to use. The technology for this almost lossless conversion process won awards when first introduced and has since been sold to the other human colonies. I'm trying to think I'll leave it here for now. We might do some more lore before the end of the stream, but I think we're good for now. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about why I'm doing Titan. I really like the new update to Phantom Brigade, and I do want to jump back to that as well, particularly because it would be nice to do a couple of fights in the rain. But my original plan was to do some individual recordings of Industries of Titan, and I've actually found it very difficult to get some quality time aside to put time into this playthrough. And I'm becoming increasingly aware of the fact that where I might be shirking on my Titan playing duties, Brace Yourself is not shirking on their construction of Titan. And so if I go too much further without playing more Industries of Titan, I'm going to find it a very difficult, very difficult enterprise to put an end to the existing playthrough. And that would basically mean two that are sort of left in limbo when I've sort of committed to continuing to like seeing them through to the end. So I don't know how much progress I'm going to make this time around. Obviously, the goals are definitely more long-term ones. But one, it's really great fun to play Industries of Titan on its own. And two, it's a chance for me to make a little bit of progress on something that I would have done off camera. But I've been finding some trouble finding the time for it. So we are going to go back to Nana Technologies. Scientists have said that the mass dumping of waste means the water levels are rising, and in a few years the poisonous water will spill through the streets. The council dismisses this as hearsay. Alright, let's just take a quick look at where we're at. So we were working on Mineral City. I believe that is complete. Yes, I don't think we have the bodies quite to fill this up, but we'll work on that. I'm going to just take a second here, and there we go. Please let me know if the game is sort of overwhelming my voice, but I think we're good there. Okay, so both of my production hubs are up. I guess my next step would have been to put down some residences. Yeah, my only worry is when actually maybe the settings are. I can't remember what the defaults are, but we're going to get to the douche bit, which is very good. That's not what it sounds like, by the way. Oh, right. I think I wanted to put down some kind of storage space in the factory, and I was struggling with where to put it. So we have the isotope mine. Okay, I'm running both of these. God, I really wish I remembered. Oh, looks like I am storing isotopes here. Interesting. Well, I guess where else would I store them, right? It would be nice to have a proper waste location, though. Okay. But yeah, my next goal is definitely going to be to get some residences up. Now, there's a sinkhole which would make this attractive for a fuel turbine, but maybe we can keep expanding out here for fuel. Do you have somebody picking up isotopes? How are my level 1s? Okay, we want to keep those mines running for a little longer. My real goal here is to get my workforce up, and it'd actually be kind of nice to be making a little bit more money. Although, I don't know. 2,000. I mean, we're not exactly making 2,000 a day, but that's not terrible. Do I have all my buildings? I do. Okay, so I'm going to want to... Oh yeah, science lab. Right. So I want to build a science lab. I want to get more workers. Probably need to find some more artifacts before too long. And definitely want to get my residential areas in place. Now the spaceport's here. I wonder how much... what's going on there? I feel like this is... Huh. So I'm just trying to get a read on the... Oh, here we go. Livability conditions. All right. Okay, so we want to kind of expand out to here. Yeah, we got some space. Maybe use a road as a bit of a divider. Oh, we've got plenty. Okay, I'm actually going to take a second and just do that now. This is more so for my own benefit. And we're out. So this is all of this kind of becomes prime real estate for sort of future expansion. Yeah, it's going to take me a little while to work on it, but basically, with that in mind, sort of knowing that the borders of my livable areas are sort of here, I can say, okay, well, you know, residences, offices, you know, all of this over here. I may change it up a little bit just because it probably wouldn't hurt to have a road sort of running through. And of course, I'm going to want to claim I'm going to want to get the resources. So this is definitely a very long-term plan as far as working in offices are concerned. But I think we should be able to make something out of this. Okay, enough chit-chat. We will move onward and upward. In fact, one thing I can probably do is start putting down... Oh, wait. Do I have... No, I don't have the isotopes for it. Or not influence for it. But I'm thinking maybe now we put the science... Or the research down. It also doesn't hurt to take a quick look at what my goals are. So we've unlocked everything. So I need to do 1 of 3 for political powerhouse, 24 council obelisks, 80 artifacts, 400,000 credits, 20 inert ruins, or 1,050 citizens. One thing I would kind of like to try and do is hit the like really large scale goals, because generally my corporations tend to be quite small, even when I hit a win, or the old wins rather. Martial Mastery, Impenetrable, own 22 defensive turrets. Top Influencer, own 160 influence. Compelling Converter, own 28 conversion centers. Fleet Commander, possess 9 ships. Our Top Employer, retain 90 employees. Now, the nice thing about the military ones is they sort of seem to be outgrowth from the things that I want to do to achieve political powerhouse anyway. And then finally, Economic Expertise, Artifact Collector, possess 90 artifacts. Ad Farmer, retain 400 employed citizens. Mineral Cultivator, possess 23,000 CUs of minerals. Knowledge Keeper, retain 36 scientists. Oh, that's interesting. I might try that just for the sake of having such a ridiculous number of science buildings. Speaking of, let's get that built. Although, hey, I even have the range. I hope I didn't mess that up. It takes 4 CUs, so I should actually go for tier 3s here. Okay, so there's a couple of steps that I want to do here. I do want to sort of buzz down the obsidian ruins, but that's obviously going to take a bit of effort. Again, all of this is sort of long-term planning here. I should think a little bit about what I want to do to earn some extra influence. Probably the credits wouldn't hurt, but I do have a few ship types to... Why can't I enter it? Cannot support more ships. Ah, okay. I was thinking it would be nice if there was a way that I could buy ship types Like, so right now I'm stuck building a new shipyard if I want to get any more ship types. And I sort of feel like I should be at the very least be able to buy the new design. So far as I can tell, I'm not able to do that. Or at the very least I haven't noticed how to do that. Did I really call this mineral suburb? I don't think I need the minerals though, so I'm fine having people. Isotopes. Okay. Yes, right now we're basically just going to wait for everything to sort of fall into place. I do want to target some more red artifacts when I can. And probably getting some defensive structures down wouldn't hurt. I don't have infinite amounts of power though, and I have a feeling that I'm going to need to put some effort into trying to get into getting the next turbine down, because like I'm sort of relying on this thing hoovering up a lot of energy. Actually, I suppose one question that emerges is how much can my existing infrastructure handle? So this thing's pulling out 48 fuel, so I actually almost have enough for a second plant. That's interesting. So I'm short on employees. I don't want to be throwing them away just for the sake of extra power, but I am getting quite a bit in terms of materials. So let's at least get our next energy plant down. Just trying to think of the best place to put all this. Yeah, I guess this makes as much sense as any. How was XCOM, by the way, Night Valian? I'm a little surprised to see you still going with it, but I like XCOM, so I always think that's a good thing. So one of the things I'd like to do reasonably quickly is actually get this ruin monument set up, given that You'll notice that one thing I'm doing right now is sort of waiting for the influence quite a bit. And obviously just building a building that will let me take advantage of influence a little faster would be... Oh, no, don't upgrade. Okay, we've got... Oh, greater HQ range. That's definitely... Cool. Okay. I want you... Yep. Okay, well... We're just waiting for the employee to show up to work. Definitely faster harvesting rate. Lower truck pollution would still be good. Revenue good. I may or may not wait on the migrant ships. We'll see. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do now, we're on leisure, so we'll donate the credits that we can. And this is just so that I can move up to the obsidian ruins a bit faster. Now, I suspect I'm still not going to be able to make the ruin monument. But what this is going to do is I'm going to be able to put down a few more of the important command center buildings. Also, it's pretty clear that where the energy is and how much I'm spending for things like the science lab, I could get away with... Oh no, I couldn't because it's 16. It's pretty clear that I'm going to need to upgrade my energy plant sooner rather than later. Now, there's a few efficiencies I can get. I can turn off the shipyard. I can turn off some of the mines and such. But the fact of the matter is that I'm going to need to try and power things a little bit more efficiently. So with that in mind, I'll build the infrastructure. I don't quite want to commit to it yet because I need more employees, and that's a bit of a higher priority than even something like the science. Like the science lab is nice to have because that's just going to be ticking away in the background. But the fact of the matter is that unless I have the employees to be able to make to do the work, I'm going to be waiting forever for most of this stuff to be realized. So, and then of course, in order to support a larger number of employees, I'm going to need the residences and so on. So that's sort of what this expansion is about. But of course, I'm also going to need to clear out. Well, I don't have to clear out, but it saves me the effort of running these mines. In fact, because I'm going to be focusing on this kind of expansion, let's maybe we'll turn off a few of the extractors for now. Give me a little extra energy to work with. Spokesman's HQ Plus is complete. All right, let's move back to... So I think I said I wanted the resource patch to be faster. Yeah, so ad revenue is nice and all, but let's go for the energy drinks, and then that'll get us to faster mining. So the next question will be, what do I want to upgrade? Definitely think we should upgrade the smokestack. Faster we can destroy the evidence. Oh, and command centers. So this is going to be a little inconvenient for a while, but overall it'll pay off. So to give you a bit of an idea in terms of how I'm thinking about all of this, so I've got a few things that I can do to try and give myself an edge as far as energy is concerned. But essentially what I want to be doing right now is I'd like to get everything in place so that I can... sorry, I'm just trying to think of the right way to put this. I'm getting everything in place so that I can reliably build a better fuel turbine and sort of the energy... Actually, it occurred to me that I can upgrade this fuel turbine and we'll be fine. So we're going to do that right now, actually. Because that's going to let me upgrade this energy plant. What else can I sneak in and upgrade for while we're... I'm getting a little greedy with this, but we've got a ton of isotopes that we're digging up right now, so... There's a side of me that wants to upgrade the storage facilities as well, but right now the better way for me to deal... So one way to think about storage for me is that I'm growing, so really I should be turning all of that into something I can use. I should be... The ideal number for my minerals and isotopes really is 0, because anything that's sitting in storage is not being used to make something that's going to earn me sort of more resources, more money, and As you can see, my temperament's really suited for the ethic of the landfallers. But it's generally, I think you've actually probably seen me say this in Stellaris quite a bit. You know, consumer goods are important, and you want to make sure that you have built your empire to be able to make enough of them. But because there is no consumer goods victory, right? Like, you don't win Stellaris by making a perfect society where everyone's happy or everyone's needs are met. You win Stellaris by conquering. And so every consumer good that you make that isn't or like that's in surplus to your needs is an alloy that you weren't making that will go into a ship that can blow up your enemies. So obviously, obviously being an SOP is the way to go in that game, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so clearly we can afford the... well, actually, there's probably going to be a little uncertainty as far as the power. So what's the deal here? This command center. Oh, I made a boo-boo. Okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to upgrade this command center. So what happened here is that I got a little too comfortable with the fact that I could rely on this activated relay. And what's happened is this command center doesn't have enough power to be able to support this relay. So we're going to get hit with a big energy cost, but that's fine. So we're up to 74 now, which means that when this power plant goes online, we're still going to have an abundance of fuel. I could actually build another power plant if I had a place for it. This empty plot seems decent. So 74, we take 48, so that'd take us to what, 26? Wasting isotopes. Okay, so I'm going to need to get more minerals, otherwise my industry shuts down. So we're going to turn on Mineral Suburb for a little while. The main plan, man, I really like how the fog works now. Like, you really feel the effect. So again, we still need to wait for the ruins to clear out, but we're going to be grabbing all of these minerals. But again, I got to wait for the access. Okay, it's a depleted isotope patch, so I'm probably going to have to turn on the mine as well. Oh, right, I got to turn them on too. Starting to get a little short on isotopes, but I'll build one more transport hub. That's not necessarily going to help me a lot with some of the other building jobs that I have, but we can still support it. And then finally, this will be a temporary move. I'm going to put down this energy pylon. And again, just to show the logic. Now, this is a completely legitimate way of setting up your city, because you can see what the penalty is if you get it wrong. But basically, I've got an activated relay here, which is what the normal, like, it's normally what would power my command center. But because the command center is what gave me the control of that tile, as soon as I powered it down to upgrade, I lost control of the activated relay. And now that this is back on, it doesn't have power in order to be able to project power. And so essentially here, what I'm doing is I'm building a temporary bridge in the form of this energy pylon. That's going to give the power to the command center. The command center will reclaim the activated relay, and then I can demolish the energy pylon. Now, of course, I'm putting myself at risk in the sense that if for some reason the command center gets knocked down or I suffer some sort of a power outage, I may again lose that relay, but in this case, it's a risk that I'm willing to take on for the time being because I'm really cramped for space here. I may change my view of this later, though. It'll kind of depend on how, how the next few turns turn out. I thought I'd already upgraded this to a level 3, but let's hit that now. Okay, and we've got our 80 influence, so we're ready to take down the Obsidian Ruins, which will give us access to our next roadway. So essentially, our fuel is kind of spoken for the next little while. So these things take 12. Yeah, I'm actually probably a little short on fuel, if I'm completely honest. But like I said, this is about laying the groundwork. So I'm not actually turning these energy plants on yet because they're going to take away an employee, and employees are in short supply right now. I probably got the speed. Yep. Should have been paying attention. Okay, I definitely want to clear out my resource patches pretty quickly, so let's research that. Let's also get a quick idea about what we can get here. So we can boost our energy plant production. That's a really high priority here. Citizen waste generation, reducing that's also good because that means I have fewer employees dedicated to cleaning up the mess. Pollution resistance would actually also be pretty good. So I have a few different things that I can follow there. Ad revenue is good, but I don't necessarily want to do that right away. I do want the extra trade tickets, but obviously we have a bit of a maze to go through to get there. And again, there's a lot of attractive tech that we can get inside this web already. So this is a really neat way of doing tech, by the way. Like, I can't really think of a game. Like, I can think of a couple of ways that games have done something like this, but nothing exactly the way that Titan pulled it off. And I got a little bit of an idea in terms of how this way is successful compared to some things that people have attempted in the past, which I thought was a really interesting... Oh, hang on. Oh, I'm a dummy. That was kind of educational for me. I should have been a little more careful on where that went. Now again, we've got the Obsidian Ruins, so I don't really need to worry too much about. I don't need to worry too much about where the. I'm sorry, about how I spend my influence. I am, of course, going to need to make some more money. I'm going to need to sort of take care of... Oh, what's going on here? Storage is full. That's a bit surprising. Again, this is a ladder I'm kind of kicking away as soon as I climb it. I'm also a little curious where this idle employee is. Oh, I guess it's because I'm getting them to move isotopes. Presumably they won't be idle for that much longer. Yeah, our command center's powered, so we can dismantle that. Yeah, so we need to have the full... We're one tile away from being able to claim that. We do, however, have a bunch of ruins that we can potentially exploit, so let's see what we've got there. This may also be a good spot for a fuel turbine. We'll see. We do have the... not the tank, where is it? There's a pollution... filter that was working with this. Okay. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. So maybe we put the residential here. Yeah, I can see this working. I forgot we've got a spot where we can put... Oh, I forgot. I actually have the option to expand. Okay, so I'm going to wait a little while before upgrading this one. Storage full. Not according to this. I should have paid closer attention. So I can upgrade this one to get some more bodies into the city corp. Why am I getting storage full? It must be referring to the local storage. So. So we're starting to push the limits of our power right now. But of course I've got an energy plant that I can turn on pretty much the second that I need it. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for the end of the workday, then we're going to upgrade our work from home setup. Depending on the resources I have available, I'm also going to start building up the residences and the offices. I do need to think a little bit about where I'm going to put my command center. Somewhere like in the corner would actually be a good idea. This does make it a little awkward. I really wanted to put a residential area here. But I guess, I don't know. This should be a priority to clear out, actually. I'm gonna miss my my earnings, or my payday. I guess if I'm gonna miss payday no matter what. Well, no, I can still buy trucks. So we'll buy up the truck. So basically, because paying to get that isotope patch meant that I... Oh, did I mess up again? Sorry, let me just take a second to think this through. Okay, so we're gonna do this for the extra range. That's fine. I should build my road like this. Yeah, because then I can build some extra buildings like this. I mean, I might even do 2 residential, and then we'll figure out where to put the office. But yeah, basically because I donated the credits for the influence, I kind of wanted to make sure... I knew I was not going to make payroll, so with that in mind, I wanted to convert as many of the credits into something that I could expand the City Corp with, which in this case is trucks. They'll just move more stuff. Okay. So I gotta be a little mindful of my artifacts, but... Okay, extended magazines, defensive turret, clip limit +2. I'm not 100% sure what that means. And ship device, small Gatling gun. Now, I've not used the Gatling gun, so I should probably give these things a try at some point. Also, that unlocks the part of the tech web that I want to get to. I think we have enough of a stockpile of isotopes to free up one of the employees. The reason I'm turning the mines on and off, one, it sort of preserves the quality of the mineral and isotope deposits. The real reason for it, though, is just so that I can have more bodies working the various tasks that I need them for. So one of the priorities right now is to clear out all of the resource patches that I have. That, again, gives me a stockpile that I can work with in the various factories. But on top of that... See, I'll let them figure out what they want to do, I guess. Another thing I should be aware of is that I'm not immortal. I've been able to weather the rebel attacks so far, but they are going to be getting stronger over time, and I haven't been investing in my fleet. So I'm not kind of doing my usual like resist building turrets thing. I'm actually going to sort of put quite a few turrets in the area. But they've not been a huge priority for me right now. And again, that's going to involve spending energy that I could be putting towards other efforts. Okay, so first things first, let's get people set up. So I'm doing pretty well financially, so I can sort of afford to put this down in you know, kind of whatever order I want. I feel like I messed up the numbers there. Yeah, that's more like it. So like when I normally build these things, I'll be a bit more conscious of sort of where the pylon, like kind of the rate at which I'm putting down pylons, where I'm putting them down, because I'm going to be building this one piece at a time. Here, this is just pure excess. So in this case, you know, I'll sort of put it all down in whatever order I want. It means that it's going to be a little late getting up and running, but this is kind of gravy at this point. So. I was kind of hoping I'd have waste under control a little bit more, but we'll put waste receptacles here just for convenience. All right, getting close to our next isotope patch. I'll probably grab this one. I should also be considering turret construction. I guess we can afford that now. This one's going to be tricky, actually, so let's clear out these ruins. So there might be a weak spot here. I can always stick one at the edge if I have to. I believe turrets do have a negative effect on the sort of livability of the area that it's around, so I kind of want to be careful in terms of placement near the residential areas, but we'll see how it goes. While we're waiting...
Welcome to Titan, Founder. I am Einar Peer, your council representative. There are currently 9 council members on Titan. Each of us sponsors and oversees different corporations on this moon. I am your sponsor. Your city permit and council funding are thanks to me. I hope you will return my faith with high profits. And remember, everything the Council has given you can easily be taken away. Rebels are a thorn in our side, and the Council expects you to dispatch them. We do not require war bonds when attacking rebel forces, and we encourage their total destruction. Rebels are a thorn. We do not require war.
So I thought the star might have meant that it was something new.
Welcome, Founder. My name
I'm
is
just gonna
Sharon
put the
Hess,
kettle back
and I am
on
your
for tea, but I
corporation
won't.
monitor.
I'm not
Every
going
founder
to
on Titan is assigned a monitor like me.
pause the game or anything. I'll just be
I
back.
make sure you treat Titan with respect. It is the Council's property, after all. If we work together, we'll make this city very efficient.
Alright, so we got plenty of space for more migrants. That's going to be a drain on my influence, but... I could learn to count, though. This will help us a little bit with our financial picture. I mean, there's still more trucks to be bought. There's still more ships to be bought. There's plenty of other things that I can do. But this will at least keep me in the black for a bit longer. I also keep forgetting its storage is increased with credits, not artifacts. So there's quite a bit that I can do with that money.
Founder, you can utilize employee modules to increase processing speeds in your factory or your headquarters. Processing is the only refinement stage that can be altered this way. You can add as many employee modules as you like, as long as you have the employees to operate them.
And the space! Okay, kettle's boiling. Back in a sec. Okay, we have a little extra power because of the science. So I'm starting to lose artifacts. I have a way of getting more, but... so I'm going to prioritize money first. Mine range, we don't really need. Energy plant fuel requirement. That's a pretty good one, actually. But I definitely want this, and I definitely want this. I didn't know that citizens could regenerate health. That's really cool. I wish I understood what defensive turret clips were. One thing that's worth mentioning too. So I haven't used this, but what you can do with tech, you can scrap it, and I believe what that will do is that will actually unlock other parts of the map for you. So like the web for you. So the idea here is that like you're not stuck researching stuff that maybe won't work as well for you as some of your other alternatives. Okay, so this is all draining my power. There is a plan behind this, don't worry. Although I'm not going to have enough isotopes to make it perfect. I suppose that was the risk of my upgrade spree, but... One of the things I'm trying to think about right now is where I'm going to put the conversion centers. I have a few little pockets that will work, but one of the things I'm trying to do right now is get these turrets up and running and like upgrade it as quickly as I can, so that I like I have a realistic picture of what my coverage looks like when the rebel threat arrives. I'll probably stick the conversion centers over here. So prime real estate for conversion centers. Oh, actually, this is even better. So arguably, like this apparently isn't all that bad of a place for residences and offices. Which I'll confess I'm a little surprised by, because I always thought the council hall created like poor livability. Oh yes, we also get to demolish this now. So this will probably be... Well, again, this apparently would not be a bad place for me to put residences and offices. Yeah, so I'm going to need a ridiculous number of isotopes to be able to get this all online. And of course the rebels are going to show up before too long. I think, though, the higher priority for me right now is to get this command center in place before I have to give up too much in terms of resources. And this is also going to need sort of access to the grid. So I have a few options. So like one thing I can say is that, okay, forever, I'm never like never going to be able to build a connection. This is always going to stay small, and I can put it here. This wouldn't necessarily hurt because, again, everything on this side is not very livable. So there's sort of an argument to putting it here because it's going to give power to actually, yeah, this is looking increasingly attractive. Actually, this is looking even more attractive because it goes a little bit deeper in the region. So we're going to run the road sort of through here. This is going to be where I put the pylon, but again, only after we mine it. How much are we making? We get 3,000 at the end of the day, assuming I don't spend it all, of course. Oh, we're draining batteries already. That's surprising. Because we have the turret on. So at least make that a level 2. That probably just killed my chances to upgrade this command center, but that's fine. Again, these are all sort of more about future planning. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to donate as many credits as I can while I can still afford to. And I'll probably wind up buying a couple trucks as well, but maybe we'll wait till after the Rebels. So I definitely want to get the influence as early as I can. If I'm at the point now where I don't think it would hurt to keep the trade tickets at 0 for as long as I can. But definitely as far as defending the base and all of that is concerned, I want to try and actually let's make sure we've got employees in all of these. This one may not be ready in time. Okay, so the plan... Actually, it looks like my calculations were off, so I can't support... Well, no, actually I can, because I can put an office in here. Admittedly, it's not very livable, but... And then, of course, I don't need to double everything up, but then it's not efficient, and that makes me sad. Okay, we should also distribute our defenses a little bit better. Because last time, they arrived really quickly.
Is your council watching? I do hope dying doesn't affect your performance review, Founder.
Look at that! 3 defense turrets up. Oh, maybe not full 3. And we're still generating an energy surplus. That is a thing of beauty. That's what planning gets you. Alright, we're up against the penance. What have we got here? Sadness, first of all. Okay, so they've got energy. So notice that it's actually really hard to focus down the. It's actually really hard to focus down the small lasers. Clever. So, there's a few options that I have. I could try and go for the life support. This life support's undefended. This one is fairly well defended. The shields are definitely covered. I mean, overall, this is pretty well shielded. It does sort of feel like a dominant strategy is to focus down the turrets. So I think that's going to be what I do. And let's try and focus on the unshielded ones. Well, sort of unshielded ones. Less shielded. Ones that don't have shield animations. Like, the fact this guy's working on it makes me... Yeah, no, it's totally defending it. I just can't see it. They've got a med bay. They'll probably heal in time. Let's stick to the plan. But, actually, what I'll maybe try and do here... it looks like we only have one ship that we're up against. Let's try and pull them into a fight. Ooh, I think I lost an engine. Yep. Oh. There we go. So we'll get a little damage on the roads as a result, but... yeah, let's not neglect our duties to our shareholders. Let's keep working on the resource extraction. So it's pretty clear our Navy's not going to cut it with... Oh, I wonder if the Gatling gun's better at against the shields. So I'm a little curious about... So I have rated offense as a higher priority, but it does seem like we're sort of struggling to keep our people engaged in the fight. Life support's offline. Let's see how they handle that. Oh, we've lost one too. Okay, I think we're gonna have to limp back to the shipyard and bring someone else to finish the job. That's 2 employees down, looks like. Yeah, so we got a ghost ship here. Melee Mage! How you doing? I'm always really happy to see you here. So I'll just take a quick second here. Melee Mage is a Vancouver-based streamer. Someone I had the great pleasure of meeting at Brian Brian's video game theme bar, EXP. Brian unfortunately had to close EXP, but went on to go work at Respawn, originally on Apex Legends, but now he's working on one of the new Star Wars games. And we do get to host him every once in a while because he does a lot of charity work. But again, one of the things I really enjoyed about EXP was all of the people that I got to meet. And Melee Mage, is one of the great people that I got to meet, and definitely one of the people I very much miss about Vancouver. Okay, so it looks like I'm kind of stuck here with this ship. What's going on? Oh, it's probably because all the engines are dead. So I think this thing's gonna have to self-destruct, unfortunately.
Council money may buy you weapons, but it doesn't buy you morals.
Alright, well. I did want the opportunity to buy some new chassis. I suppose that's my opportunity. But yeah, sorry to hear you're starving. Please take care of yourself. What were you playing today? I actually didn't see you online when I was getting ready to start, but I was also scrambling a little bit to get started, so that probably says more about me than it does about your broadcast. Okay, so there's a couple things that I need to work on now. One of them is going to be conversion centers. And then the other one is going to be habitats. Residential and office buildings. More Elden Ring? I know Ryan was doing some of that. I'm actually behind on my FromSoft games, so I don't have a PlayStation. I'm not going to be able to experience Sekiro. But I would kind of like to try it, but I haven't played Dark Souls 3 yet. Sekiro I'll be able to play, but Bloodborne I won't be able to play. But yeah, I'd like to try Sekiro. I'd like to try Dark Souls 3, and then obviously I would like to try Elden Ring. But given that I have got two FromSoft games, which aren't exactly like really short experiences, I'm gonna guess that it's a wiser decision to just wait, and I will probably be able to buy it at a significant discount to what I would if I were to buy it now. Not that price is like my only consideration for games, but... Okay. So what I need to be thinking about right now is what resources do I have access to? Number one. Number two, how am I going to make the most of what I have access to? So I am actually starting to sort of hit the limits of my existing resources. For instance, if I turn on this energy plant now, I either miscalculated or I'm generating less from this turbine. I'm now at plus 19, which means that if I turn on this energy plant, I'm actually going to have a deficit of 5 fuel. It did also occur to me that I can't really rely on this for office space unless I want to build a pylon, which I might, it's not the worst place I could put it, but decisions. Okay, we'll turn the mine on just because I don't think I'm going to be able to get enough minerals in time. So maybe conversion centers here? I wouldn't be opposed to sort of just paving a ring around this area. But yeah, I do have some obsidian that's in the way. Well, let's start with the simple stuff, I guess. So that's going to be more artifacts for me, but that's not bad for research. Probably put a conversion center down here, conversion center here. I guess the question would be, like, is this the best place for a conversion center? But I can't really think about what else I would use it for, except maybe an energy plant. So let's get that down now, actually. It's also going to need a little cleanup as far as the waste is concerned, but I figure my workforce can handle that. Oh, you know what? Probably the drain on the fuel is the number of trucks I've got running, because we're actually doing pretty well as far as making use of them. Normally I just buy trucks and they sit in the garage. And because I can. One thing I kind of like to do, so it's, in one sense it's sort of a waste of minerals, but in another sense it's a way of locking me into certain decisions. So essentially what I want to do is make sure that my road network sort of accesses the parts that I think are important. So eventually I'm going to want to expand out here, and it's actually a very narrow corridor. So in this particular case, I mean, maybe I'd be able to move the isotope mine at some point. I mean, it's fine here. You know, like it's going to be hard to put this stuff down no matter what. So in this case, I just wanted to run a road sort of through this area so that I'd be able to sort of have a highway to this island. And it's the same idea with putting down the road here. I can't buy a new ship yet, but I'll keep that on the list. And I suppose if I want minerals, I should set aside some claims for this minerals patch, because obviously working it sooner is better. Although I have a feeling that there's going to be a bit of a walk for the whatever worker winds up taking that, so maybe that's something for me to keep an eye on. Okay, that I actually am happy about being depleted. So like I said, any especially with minerals, anything that's just kind of sitting in storage right now represents sort of a lost opportunity, I guess, for lack of a better term. I'm a little wary about this this fuel number. I think I'm going to need to expand out here a little sooner than I think. I really want to see how an employee makes it to this ruin site. Incidentally, we're making about 4,000 a day now, so this is clearly an indication where I need to be getting some more employees. This is why I prioritize the construction of those conversion centers.
Founder, you may have noticed that there are several patches of resource-rich land near your territory. Surface-level minerals and isotopes require no special equipment to harvest. This makes them the best choice for a new city. You should claim this land from the Council as soon as possible.
Thought for a second that was an employee. I'm like, wait a minute. There's a lot of simple little ruins here. I'm admittedly just using them for artifacts, which is not something I really need right now, but they're cheap. They're something that I can pick up. I don't feel too bad about it. But again, because I'm a little more constrained with isotopes, I do want to be... I want to be aware at least of the fact that I am going to need to... I don't know, like I am going to just need to prioritize a little bit better in terms of what buildings I work on. And again, the conversion center is a very high priority because that's going to allow me to expand my workforce, and I know I've got the energy and the money to be able to grow it. And then from there, I'll be able to do things like add more lines in Isotope Village, or do other kinds of expansion. We're currently sitting on 211 energy, and of course we can turn off a few of our buildings too if I feel like things are not going in my favor. I think I got this wrong, so let's try that again. So there'll still be some cleanup to do, but... yeah, so I think we're going to be jammed up for a little while just because of all of the tasks that I've given my... my people. But there's again, we've got plenty of stuff that we can do in the meantime, so I'm not gonna get too bent out of shape about it. I am, however, waiting for the workday to start so I can start seeing those credits come in.
I'm Ayana Oak, your Power Systems Engineer. I'll be managing your city's power systems. That means fuel, energy production, energy storage, all that great stuff. It's my passion, honestly. Since I was a kid, I've wanted nothing more than to slam the contact switch on a giga battery and see the sky light up. And after years of school and grad school and VR training programs and dropping out of VR training programs, I'm finally here! We'll do great stuff together, Founder. Trust me. My career is on the line, and you can count on me to take that seriously. Hey, Founder. Fun fact. Zethane, that weird gas you're making fuel out of, it comes from sinkholes and crevices. There's way more pouring out of sinkholes and crevices, but there's a lot more crevices, for whatever reason.
Balance.
The zethane eventually spreads out across Titan's landscape, but it's way better to just put your fabricators near a zethane source.
Fabricator? But we're not fabricating zethane. We're pulling it out of... Sorry. I'm debating about upgrading this command center. I think I'm gonna resist the urge for now because I want to work with these conversion centers first. I'm probably not going to have enough isotopes to take them to the top level. But again, moving the conversion center up is going to allow me to add more lines to Isotope Village, which, you know, has the knock-on effects that I want. Actually, I think at this point we'll get everything running at full capacity. So, against my better judgment, I'm actually going to buy out all of the trucks before I start working on ships. And that's just so I can sort of get it out of the way. There's really no other excuse. Oh. Okay. Well, we might have enough. And reduce citizen waste. Because we're going to be running more trucks, it probably wouldn't hurt to, well, I mean, pollution resistance would be nice, but I actually think I'm going to go for the reductions in fuel requirements. And so yeah, this is the sort of thing I'd be willing to scrap. Okay. What do we do? Oh, right. I don't need to worry about... I mean, eventually I'll upgrade this thing, but I don't need to worry about it right now. I keep getting all these, like, smaller ones when it's not the most important thing I could be doing, but I don't know. I like doing stuff, so I really do have a tendency to pick up the more, like, the smaller returns. Well, I did say I was going to keep buying trucks. A lot of trucks to buy, though.
Oh, hey, Founder. Did I tell you about the Transmutation and Fabrication Efficiency Factor? We call it TFAP for short. Catchy, right? Basically, fuel fabricators convert more fuel per minute in areas where the zethane is rich. The lower the level of zethane gets, the less fuel you generate. It has to do with the way the rods inside the fabricators react to the density of zethane in the air, and actually, I just remembered I'm the only one who cares about this stuff.
It's actually really neat. So I've liked a lot of these lines, but it's neat to hear these voice acted for the first time.
Hey, Founder. The grid is looking great. I'll let you know if I spot any issues in the future. Hey, Founder. Nothing to report here. I'll let you know if that changes.
I think they were talking about this on the Steam stream where there was, or I feel like it was coming up, but the idea that people would actually express annoyance at being contacted a lot.
Space Station Operations. Are you the replacement? Oh, never mind. You're the new founder, right? I'm Erlen Fletch, your local spaceport operator, but you can call me Fletch. Have you been up here? No? The space station is, well, it's right above you. Council operation, low-level orbit. Every few cycles, the Council arranges for a new set of trade ships to dock up here. They're carrying cargo and migrants, ready to head down to spaceports all over Titan's surface. You can find the spaceport in your city view. I hope you last longer than the last founder the council sponsored. Seriously, it's rough out here.
So I want to make sure that I'm going to be converting employees, so I want to make sure that I have enough money to pay them. We'll wait to the end of the workday just because I'm sort of right on the edge of being able to afford this all, and then we'll go nuts with the conversion. Now, this is going to generate a ton of waste, so I also need to kind of prepare for that. But then that's what the purchase of all the trucks has been about.
Thanks for checking in, Founder. We're all good up here. Thanks for checking in, Founder. We're all good up here. Thanks for checking in, Founder. We're all good up here.
No pester? Aw.
Greetings, Founder.
Maybe because he's so
glad to
he's
finally meet
charismatic
you.
enough
I'm
that you
Lyle
can't
Fisk,
pester
your
him.
Head of Human Assets. Everyone here in the Human Assets office has just been aching to get on a conference call with you. Our philosophy? Eliminate cost centers and build human efficiency. We transform people from a human resource into a monetary resource.
So we're technically not at the end of the workday, but it's like 10 minutes. It's not going to take that long to convert people, so we'll be fine. Okay, so let's buy some trucks. Now, I do need to be a little careful because I'm doing a lot of conversions, and of course those conversions, like, they don't just kind of fall out of the sky. They're coming out of my citizenry. And so I need to make sure that I can still cover payday with the lower number of citizens. Now, that's what migrant ships are for, but that also means that I want to keep my I want to keep kind of my powder dry as far as the influence is concerned. I do want to get back to like picking up minerals and isotopes off the ground and such. I mean, we've kind of already degraded the quality of our nodes a bit, but I don't know, like, you know, these resources do exist to be used, right? So let's start getting some upgrades in here. I figure it's going to take me a while to get to those isotopes, but. And this may not be the smartest thing I've ever done, but I think I'm actually going to turn on the full production line. Behold! The Opus Magnum! Whether or not we generate enough minerals and isotopes is another question. So it's worth remembering that I've pulled 8 employees out of the pool by turning this stuff on. Okay, time for another conversion capsule. And of course, where I can, get some people in on the ship as well. Eventually, I'd also like to upgrade the mines, because if I'm going to be running these production lines at full capacity, I do also want to be pulling out the resources as quickly as I can as well. So I'm debating about whether or not I want to put the next command center here or here. This gets me a little extra range, but I know I'm not going to build a fuel turbine in here. Then again, it's unlikely that I'm going to want to build a road here either, so I think I answered my own question. Now, we don't have a relay to this yet, so I might actually use this for the relay anyway. But this is more about just kind of, like, I like putting down these little signposts for myself just so I can know sort of the future moves. And I do, so I want to upgrade this one because that's going to give me access to what will eventually be all of my housing and offices. This I want because I need to build another fuel turbine. And it's better that I stake out the territory. So I'm actually going to upgrade this one first. And that's one of the reasons why I put so many of my people into Isotope Village, because I know I'm going to need quite a few of them, and fairly quickly. If anything, I probably should have done that earlier, to be completely honest. But I can't go back in time on that. I really should start saving up for the obsidian ruins and such. Particularly now, because this will help me get those high tier isotopes. Trying to think of optimal placement for new generators. It's currently unused. There is a side of me that wants to maybe put down some generators here as well, but I don't know if that's really going to move the needle that much. So I think I'll try and be patient on that. Like I said, let's get the command center upgraded right away. It's better that I commit those resources now. Then it's just a question of powering it on, and I'll have access to my next fuel source. We're definitely not hurting energy-wise. Again, I can turn off the shipyard. I can turn off, if I have to, I can turn off the work-from-home setup in the conversion centers when I'm not using them. But it's probably better that it's probably better to use them the way that I intended. Wonder what our pollution looks like. Better than I thought. The advanced filter beside the smokestacks definitely helping, I think. The real question is whether or not I'm going to be able to upgrade this one more time. I suspect not, but we can take a look. Nope, we need the 90 for that. But that's fine. We still have some conversions that we can do. Again, that's going to pull citizens out of the workforce, but I actually don't know how much we've increased by. I guess it'll tell me here. Oh, does it not tell me the breakdown? So upgrading this will get me another 5. Well, one way or the other, we know we've definitely exceeded what what adding everyone to the mineral and isotope buildings would do. I think I'm gonna grit my teeth and I will upgrade the command center before I upgrade the conversion center. Oh, I've got an idea I really like for roads. I'm not going to do it today. But I just thought of something for... Man, okay, actually... I don't know if I want to wait this long, because I don't know when this game gets its 1.0 release. But I think what I'm going to do is I'll make a save file with a city with my plan for what I'm going to do with roads. And then just let anyone who wants to see it download it. Am I going to be... Okay, if you want to know what it is ahead of time and you're hearing this, reach out to me and I'll happily tell you. But I'll leave it a surprise for the broader public. I think that's going to be how I do it. Because it also is going to take a lot of effort on my part, but I think I have a fun idea. Okay, so again, this is to expand our reach into the next source of Zethane. As soon as I connect it to the grid, we're ready to do that expansion. Next phase is going to be to get my habitats and offices ready to get. Well, sorry, next phase is going to be to upgrade the conversion center and then sort of move things in. But of course, this is the higher priority right now, and basically because I can. Let's pave it. Trying to think if there's any advantage to going out and around like this. We're gonna have to do it eventually, so. Oh, we're at artifacts. I should have been paying attention to that. That makes me want to go to the cheap stuff. I really should save up though, because we've got we're just sitting on all these artifact patches. Yeah, I'll be patient. Doesn't really give me any reason to upgrade this conversion center other than just to commit the resources, though. Well, here's what I'm going to do. Let's go for... This pylon's going to turn on the command center right away. I need 60 for the artifact. So we'll at least take care... Oh, man, this is actually a really thorny problem. put the command center here. Oh, yeah, I do need the 4. Again, just laying the groundwork for the next few turns. So we're already at the top level with command center number 2. And I'm definitely gonna want to get these artifact patches at a minimum. But we're in a decent enough spot. What's gonna happen? Okay, the science lab. For now, let's just move the scientists into another type of work. I'm not going to turn it off, just because I think I need a realistic idea of what my power needs are going to be for the next little while. I should get more citizens, though. But yeah, I want to work on fuel if I can. This needs 21, so we'll get that set up. So there's sort of two lines of attack here. So one, I am on a quest for fuel. We're going to be fine for the time being, but I would like to get an idea in terms of where the next batch is going to come from. Tons of resources for me to claim here, which is good. Oh, that's outside. But yeah, so my big constraint right now is info. Ah, yes, okay. So with this ruin monument, I should actually be trying to get a command center down. Now, unfortunately, we don't quite have the range we need here. So if I build a command center here, the question becomes, how do I power it? If I build the command center here, it's not the most efficient use. You know what? I'm going to get myself a toehold, because this is, of course, going to get me more influence, which I need. Yeah, I'm playing a little too reactive in the way that I'm playing right now. I'm waiting a lot for influence, which admittedly I can spend money to try and get, but I'd prefer to achieve that through other means. Now, remembering the original motivation was to find where my next fuel turbine's going, basically here. I'll probably want to, work with the inert ruin. But this is a nice little deposit of zethane that doesn't overlap my existing production. There is an argument for this one here, but that would require a second command center. So obviously, I'm a little more reluctant to mess around with that. And of course, eventually, this is going to need some kind of defense, but that's definitely in the future. So this is going to set me back, guess it doesn't matter which one, 50 influence, which is basically the artifact patch. Now, I am definitely going to prioritize the artifact patch over the fuel, because clearly we have more energy than we know what to do with right now. Whereas fuel... Actually, that's what I can do with this floor. It's going to be a little harder than I thought, but I can make this work. I guess technically it's better if I don't put it on the edge. Yeah, here we go. This gets a little complicated. Actually, it doesn't have to be. Okay. There we go. Probably don't need to make this more complicated than it needs to be. So I was going to do some funny business with sort of like hanging the batteries over the edges. And I'll do that for some of them. Like, so these ones are a good example. But like I said, I don't need to get like overly clever for... Yeah. This is just a nice way of saving a bit more of my surplus. Okay. Now are we for cash? Oh! I clearly didn't see what my labor costs were. Okay, well, now we buy as many trucks as we can. I'll shut off this energy plant just so that I can get the fuel loaded up. And again, I need to show a little bit of discipline on the influence. I need to make sure that I start mining at least one of these artifact patches before I move ahead. Okay, so future plans. We're going to put a fuel turbine down here, so that's going to get us... Is that really generating 124? It's 121 here. But yeah, so let's say 120. 120 will get me about, let's say, 450 energy just for, you know, for... like, it's kind of nice to assume that you're going to be generating a little bit less. That way you don't get too surprised. I do need to think a little bit about how I'm going to get this ruin monument. Like, I really just need one more square. But there's really only one way for me to get that one square. Well, that's not entirely true. I could build a command center down here. I'd also need to build like a relay, which would complicate things a bit, but... Well, I guess we found the rebel base. So I missed an opportunity to... Oh, actually, there is one more thing I can do with the cash. So I think the workday is going to be over before I can buy another truck, but made a good use of the cash. But yeah, so we're only up 1,600 per turn now. I definitely think I'm a lot richer than I actually am in this game. But we'll get past it. Again, most of this stuff isn't really a surprise. But I do kind of question how I've handled what the game's thrown me. So, you know, we're already past the 50% mark in terms of the next Rebel attack. I haven't made as much progress as I would like on upgrading the turrets, and of course we don't have full turret coverage. I believe the fuel turbine is protected, but this command center is not, and you know, I do actually want to make sure that my stuff is protected. Now, it's not like all bad news. We definitely have... So he keeps telling me I have idle people, but I don't actually think that's true. I also think at this point we can afford to have one dedicated employee to each job. Okay, we hit our beloved 60, so as tempting as it is to grab this one because it's closer to the highway, I want to get the largest number of artifacts. Now this is definitely going to provoke the rebels, so let's see where we're at with our tier 3s. Looking pretty good actually, so let's start by getting our turrets to where I want them to be. Let's do an okay coverage for the shipyard. I still think we're going to get in a little trouble, but we have... Oh, it's 144. For some reason I thought it was 90. Yeah, we actually have better coverage than I thought we were going to. Eventually I would also like to be upgrading the mines and such, but I think I'll leave that be. I think if I had a reliable way of getting the energy pylon down, I'd probably have built a command center here. Well, then again, I guess I could build the command center here. Okay, let's give this a shot. It's not quite how I was planning on doing it, but it's only going to set me 20 influence behind. I'm already getting my artifacts, so I'm going to be able to get my employees and my science. It's going to be a big energy cost, but we can turn the energy plant back on. Yeah, I think this is the right call, because my bigger constraint is definitely the influence, and the way that I'm going to get more influence is through both a monument and through research. And I think I do need to make it a priority to, well, one, just extract all of these resources that are just begging to be pulled up. But I also think I need to kind of kick my my production into gear as far, or production of habitats, as well as I don't know. I just basically need to get bigger. I need everything to grow, and there are fewer and fewer excuses for me not like growing at a very rapid pace here. I forgot I got another command center I need to upgrade at some point, but we're not quite ready to do that. There's plenty that we can do here in the meantime. So, and like I said, I guess one of the things is that I do actually want to make a lot of money. So building all the habitats and such in this area is going to be how I accomplish that. I'll need to think a little bit about how I'm placing everything to make that happen, but that's not going to melt my brain. Like I'll figure out a way. I may want to try and dodge the sinkhole. Like maybe I might be able to get away with building like a fuel turbine as long as it's not too close to, I don't know, we might get an indicator about what it does. I'm really not sure how to read that. It might be a problem, it may not be. We'll see. The sinkhole on its own is not a problem, so.
Spaceport Operations here, reporting that we're pretty much at capacity. If you've gotten migrant shipments with resources, it can add up quickly. You can always upgrade Spaceport storage, but I'd advise you empty it out eventually, or we won't be able to accept any new deliveries.
That's not really a priority for me right now, but I actually like that they advise you on it.
Hello, Founder. I wanted to talk to you about the salary scheme for your employees.
I hope you're proud of me.
Salary is paid at the end of the day on Titan every day. I'm sure you're wondering why employees even need a salary, especially given conversion, right?
It's like you read my mind.
It's sent to their families, and the workers will receive it once they've woken from their contract. Such a deep slumber, it'll be like waking from a long nap. Truth be told, though, very few employees make it to the end of their contract. Really makes their salary a bit of a waste of money, don't you think? Founder, employing workers is tricky business, but that's why I'm here to help. The more employees you have, the more credits you'll pay per employee. That covers maintenance and storage costs and such. For your convenience, we've rolled these fees into the salary payments, so you can pay your dues all at once. I'm always looking for ways to make your life easier, Founder. You can rely on me. Founder, allow me to paint a picture of the average citizen's day cycle. To start the day, citizens wake up and go to work to earn you some credits. Afterwards, they have a period of free time to do as they wish. Once they've tired out, they'll return to their habitat pods to rest for the next day of work. Rinse and repeat. Such predictable beings. It's quite fascinating, really. Hello, Founder. Did you know that every living space is evaluated for its living quality? There are quite a few factors when assessing the livability of a space. Positive factors are proximity to jobs, security, and other amenities. Negative factors are proximity to pollution, waste, and other threats and hazards. Give that some consideration when planning your city. Citizens really do prefer residing in high livability areas.
I am really interested, like, once they add the amenities and such, to see how I'll design. So, like, I definitely need to design for defense, but I also kind of want to consider, like, how high I can get the livability factor up. So right now, command centers are really the only way to boost livability, I think, but I have a feeling there's going to be quite a bit to affect that. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think we can go back to science. Again, I do eventually want to do some conversions, but we're slowly... For some reason, I thought I'd already worked out the path to some of these. Okay, so... I really wish I understood what the clip limit was. A lot of anti-pollution measures. Oh, and mass demotions. Minus 30. Okay, so we're gonna spend some time in this area for sure. Actually, yeah. There's a lot of stuff I want to build actually. It's not quite enough, but we're getting there.
Founder, did you know that jobs, like living spaces, are evaluated for their quality? Citizens will prefer jobs close to their homes and free of pollution, so we take that into account when evaluating each job. This evaluation helps you to determine which jobs a citizen will prefer. It's really quite handy. Founder, you have quite a few tools at your disposal to evaluate data regarding your citizens. The population overlay will allow you to visualize housing, livability, jobs, and more. There's also the Citizen Management Panel, which breaks down the needs of your citizens, their jobs, income, and expenses. They're both excellent for optimal citizen management. I recommend checking them out.
We're getting enough tier 1 minerals and isotopes that I can consider upgrading these factories. But again, I need to make sure that I have a workforce to be able to support that. So I'm going to try and be patient. Actually, a little surprised that this protects this energy pylon. So I will try upgrading this command. Actually, I should probably try upgrading this command center first, and then this one. Should try and do everything, but I'm gonna wait for the 30 to start working on the new fuel turbine. I'm going to build the command center as soon as the minerals patch is dealt with, and then. Again, one of the long-term goals has been to get like a proper housing center down. It's also worth noting that number keeps ticking up, so we weren't prepared for... I mean, it may be that I have to try and use one of my ships to drag them in range of the turrets again. I'm definitely stronger turret-wise, so I don't have as much to fear there. But I do want to make sure that I'm in a... I want to make sure that I'm prepared for the rebel, or better prepared for the rebels this time. Okay. Artifacts are definitely a high priority here, although clearing out the patches would also be nice. And workday starts in 2 hours. Now, because I haven't paid anyone, I'm going to be accumulating artifacts, but I'm not actually going to be able to do anything with them until the end of the workday. So, definitely need to make sure that I pay everyone. That's not going to stop me from buying more actually, we're done with trucks, so lucky me, I suppose. We can still do things like increase spaceport storage and buy up different hulls and such. And again, we don't have that much money, so I'm actually probably not going to buy any hulls but I can at least do the spaceport storage upgrade. Just as long as I make payday, that's my real priority right now. Also, I think we can afford to start doing these upgrades. Okay, so I gotta wait for 20 on this, but of course, I need 50 for the influence. Actually, you know what? I should hang on to my artifacts. I'm gonna need 15? Wow. I don't think I have enough. I don't think I'm making enough money to be able to afford 15 more workers. So we'll stick with the plan, but I am going to need to... So I'm going to get my 20 influence for these ruins. We don't have that much time left on these minerals, so this is probably my highest priority right now. It's going to have a very large influence cost. So 50 influence doesn't just fall out of the sky, but it is going to improve the speed at which I'm able to acquire further influence. So that's one of the reasons I want to make it priority. However, I do also want to make sure that this command center is upgraded so that I can start working on the habitat, or the homes and such. I will use this for pollution absorption, especially because it's going to be close to the the area where I'm going to be building homes and such. But I'm not quite ready. Not quite ready there. So that's already going to from 2 to 3, so we can afford to start doing these upgrades now. As far as leftover cash, I think donating credits. It's a dangerous game I'm playing, but... And again, there might be an argument for the spaceport storage, but in this case, I think the influence is going to serve me better. So I'll turn that into an artifact. Over time, we'll upgrade this command center. We will build another command center over here. I suspect I will probably not be able to do anything with that artifact patch for a while. There's not a great argument for not hooking this up to the grid now, so we'll move there. And because we're going to be building a new fuel turbine soon, I think we can upgrade that to the full capacity. Okay, so I was waiting for this to be able to build my next command center. So I'm definitely generating a lot more minerals than I am. I mean, that's always true, but I have a greater need of isotopes than minerals right now. If I get short on workers, I can probably pull some of them off of mineral work. But of course, the goal is to not have to pull anybody off of any work and to just keep growing. I think this is the point where I wait until we get the 50, because we're at the point here where I should be upgrading the ruin monument. And I need to start thinking about building something to defend myself with. So while we're waiting, let's get another fuel turbine down. I definitely feel a little nervous about that ship, but we should be fine. Okay. So, this is a bit of a letdown. I'm not going to exactly have a sea of like offices and homes here. Well, let's work with what we were given. So no reason at this point, like, let's put down what we got. So I'm just trying to think if there's anything clever I can do here. Not really, so let's start by putting down the residential area. So this needs, yeah, this is fine. Now, I guess I said I was going to save up for the ruin monument, so I'll be a little more disciplined. The key, of course, is that it's not enough to just have the residential areas. I need to have the office for it to actually be generating money. So I'm still going to pave this just because I do still want to be able to transport waste out. Actually, you know what? I can probably put waste storage right here. I could like just put a really tall waste storage in this spot, but it seems to work just as well here. So if I put a road down here, then I can have residents. Ideally, my residences would touch a road, though. I'll think about it. I mean, I have a little wriggle room as far as clearing out all the resources anyway, but this is going to be a bit weird. I didn't think it was going to be so constrained. And honestly, there's no excuse for me not knowing that. I could have moved the Rogue Daphnis over there and seen what it was like. But that's fine. I mean, again, I don't need to make everything super concentrated every single time. Like, this is fine to just get some basics down. Basically, as long as it has power and... Okay, great. We are going to convert everyone. It's going to bankrupt us. I better have a plan for making money immediately afterwards, but... I'm a little reluctant. I was a little reluctant to do that because I still want to combine and upgrade the fuel turbine, but I think we should be able to have that ready in time. One of the funny things right now is that I don't really see my constraint. I mean, so I'm short on artifacts, but I don't see my constraint as being on artifacts. I actually see it as being on influence, because these are all potential artifacts. There's lots of them, and they're just waiting to be claimed. But because I'm so slow at generating influence, it's why I'm sort of putting everything into getting the Ruin Monument. Obviously, I do want to keep my citizenry up as well, because if I don't, then I'm gonna have money problems. Well, I know I'm gonna have money problems for starters, unless I can get some residential and office areas down faster than I'm likely to. Mind you, the waste generation is going to be what kills this, actually. If I could have got a road here, this would have been fine, but because I can't, this probably wind up having like fuel storage or something. No, this is what I get for being cheap. Mind you, we're generating a lot of tier 1 minerals now, so... So the risk that I'm putting myself into right now is that I've generated more employees than I can pay in any given period. And I don't have a direct path to getting to that profitability again. Effectively, the way I'm going to do that is by building residential and office areas, and all the residential and office areas I was planning on building are all in here. So this is going to involve clearing out a lot of mineral and isotope patches, and I'm like, I have a decent enough workforce, but this takes time. Like, this is not going to be dealt with immediately. So again, I know I'm sounding like a broken record here, but building the Ruin Monument is going to increase the pace at which I generate influence. Also, because I've got a huge surplus of minerals, I'm going to be able to work with that. But basically just trying to make it so that I can claim and develop all of these areas. And again, like I can throw away the resources, but it would be a real shame if I did, just because, you know, there's so much I can do with them. But essentially the way that I'm going to be working, because I know payday is really going to sting, the plan is to make sure that if I need to do something like build a ship, I need to make sure I do that before 4 o'clock every day. And where this is really going to be a problem is if there's sort of this extended siege with the rebels. Because if that happens, as soon as payday comes in, I lose the ability to repair buildings, and that can mean the difference between whether or not I lose a building or not. So I know this. I'm sort of willingly taking on this risk because I think having a really strong workforce like this is much... I think it is better than being able to sort of just trickle money into repairing over a long period of time. But it's like, this is the thing, right? This is like when you're playing chess or like, well, any strategy game, particularly when you're playing it against another player. Like, if you're playing against someone who's evenly matched, like sometimes it just comes down to a set of choices that you're making with sort of your best information. So if you're playing with a friend, you might happen to know they prefer a particular unit type, or they feel really really inclined toward I'm actually, it's funny, a lot of people, at least in the past, used to call me a real-time strategy streamer, and it's kind of funny because technically this is this is the closest to a real-time strategy that I play, to be honest. I don't do a lot of Command and Conquer or StarCraft or I don't even have the Blizzard launcher on my computer, but I guess, Stellaris kind of is, but I pause a lot during Stellaris, so I play it a little bit more like a turn-based game. And one of the reasons for it is that, those games expect you to think on the fly, which is not necessarily what I do. I do tend to try and think a little more long-term and, take my time. And, those games also tend to... they tend to punish a more turtle style, because turtling in those kinds of games is a drag. It makes the match go long, and it's this big long slog to try and be... I've been going through Command & Conquer Remastered, because I never played it before. And I definitely noticed that on some of the missions, it really feels like a bit of a drag to play it, just because there's this really fortified, nod base that I need to take out. And it has a really strong weapon, and if I don't deliver a killer blow, they're going to rebuild that weapon, and I'm going to feel like I need to spend so much time rebuilding everything, and so on and so forth. And so at a certain point, especially if you're the one who loses that match, but sometimes even if you win a match, you just feel mad after after playing something like that. You don't maybe feel like it was a good use of your time. So with that in mind, because I do tend to again, it's the fact that I'm playing Industries of Titan should probably indicate this. I like building things. I like kind of constructing things, and being able to see my cool little base is actually an appeal. And that sometimes runs counter to what the real kind of heart of those types of games is, in my opinion, at least. So, sorry, there was a point I was eventually going to make on this, but I've totally lost it. Yeah, sorry. I'll move by. Tell you what, word from our sponsors.
Hello, Founder. Your employees are working
Holy
hard,
crap.
but are they working efficiently?
Oh, right, no, I remember what I was going to say.
You can use the Employee Management panel to choose which task they will complete first. Access the Employee Management panel, then drag and drop items in the task list in any order you please. They'll complete tasks in the list starting at the top and working toward the bottom. It's always a thrill to transform employees from aimless drones into focused, empowered laborers.
Yeah, so I was talking about the choices that you make. So, if you have a friend, you'll generally say, okay, I sort of have an idea of what they're going to try and do here. Wait a minute. Oh, I messed up. They should have been generating energy to store. That's going to be a problem. Okay, this is going to get a little scary. But yeah, so the choice I essentially made was to say that I can do very large expenditures during the day, and that will, that's going to be what carries me through. And the problem is that sudden jump on the rebel threat meter is basically thumbing its nose at that choice. So... Happy to pay the council in minerals for the time being. I think my best bet is going to be to send the rogue Daphnis out to sort of guide them towards my turrets. But there's almost certainly going to be more than one ship in this next wave, so this is definitely going to be a tough fight. And as you can see, I'm really working the resources here. So once I upgrade the fuel turbine, I'm going to start upgrading some of these storage facilities and such. I think we're at the point where I want to have tier 3s for all of my buildings. I may even go so far as to do this for the mineral and isotope buildings. I don't necessarily want to put my workforce fully towards that kind of work, but it's nice to know I have the option. I'm literally one space away. Makes you shake your fist at the heavens. Alright. I think I need to spend 3 artifacts to get to the really cool stuff now. No, actually this is going to save me, so I need to... Yeah, I got 4 more artifacts, so... Just need one more of those delicious artifacts and we're good. And this is actually coming along nicely. It's probably... what is it? Got 2 people already here, so 3 more trips and bet you these 2 are already moving it. We should be fine. So if I put residential, put the road here. I could do like office, and admittedly it's close to the sinkhole, but yeah, you know what? Maybe it's not that difficult, because like offices don't generate waste, so I don't need to connect them to the road. It could actually be as easy as that. So with that in mind, my next acquisitions are going to be this minerals patch, this isotopes patch, because clearly I need to deal with the office first so I can start generating some more cash. Also, we've got our 3rd artifact. That's a 25-minute research. It's likely not going to arrive at the time that'll mean the most for me, but you never know. Let's get on those upgrades. Get my waste storage in place. I do feel a little bad that it's still combined isotope and waste, but like it's close to the smokestack. I don't have any better spot for it. Still waiting on a full battery. Because the fight's gonna be coming soon, I don't feel comfortable turning off the guns. I kind of want to, but oh, I messed up. I should have upgraded this ages ago. Okay, let's get that underway. It's gonna keep me from being able to upgrade that fuel turbine in time, though. Jesus. I was thinking that might be a good way that I can lower the threat meter for a bit, is to dump some artifacts inside the ruin. Okay, this is good. Gonna turn that into a road.
I've been watching you work from afar. Please, take it personally when I tear it all down, Founder.
Jesus, look at that battery drain. We got this gotta get this thing going on yesterday. Yep, there's 2. So unfortunately they're both coming to the same turret as well, so I have a feeling that there's gonna be a little bit of a scare. Actually, this works out pretty well for me, so let's try and get them on the hammer. So I kind of have to accept we're going to take some damage. But this is actually, like, this is a fight I can potentially take. Whoa! That's quite a bit of damage on the smokestack. So we got 2 ships working on that? Yeah. Or 2 turrets working on that. So it's going to be close. There's almost certainly going to be a fire that breaks out. But I just kind of need to hang on by my fingernails for the next little bit. We're also getting close. Ooh, Jesus. Okay, let's... I just need to take a second to turn off the mines. I should have watched my power quite a bit earlier. It's all a drop in the bucket, but... Okay, here we go. So it's looking more like that. Looking more like that smokestack's going to survive. Now, whether we're going to have any money left over to buy a good ship is another question. I'm proud of you all. All right. Should be a little mindful of the possibility of fires, so we'll just do repair all real quick. Okay, we made it.
So you do have some fight in you, do you? I look forward to our next skirmish, Founder.
Okay, so we'll turn this one off temporarily just so we can get that other fuel fabricator up. What's the deal here with the battery drain, though? Didn't I turn off all the turrets? Oh, the Monument Center, right. That is a little more tricky. We're also getting close to the edge of the workday. So again, the habitat or the residential is going to be going here. The offices are going to be going here. So this isotopes patch is the real priority. But oh no! If I upgrade this energy pylon, we'll be able to make it. Okay, we'll be fine. But yeah, I need to sit on my isotopes for the next little while, I think. And before I go and buy any more ships, I actually want to make sure all the repairs are taken care of. Actually, may have already... Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think probably all repairs make the most sense. I think if a fire broke out after 4 o'clock, I would be in serious trouble. I'm still going to try avoiding, like, paying the workers, but... Well, I mean, I have to pay them something, but, like, minimize the payment. Basically want to see how close we can get to 4 o'clock in terms of cash. What's the biggest chip I can buy with it? Oh, we are doing fine for fuel. I kind of want to build some more generators now, but I've got a lot on my plate as far as isotope usage, so I'm going to cool it and... No need to get fancy. We'll say we got 5K to play with. So close! But yeah, I'm happy to get a big one. So again, priority right now is to clear out this isotopes patch. We'll clear out this minerals patch, and then sort of the remainder here. So it should tell me grants 5 influence per minute while this building is online. So yeah, I think that's worthwhile. Let's take a quick look at where we're at with corporate goals. So we're actually getting quite close to top employer. If I build a... How much do I get for these? Oh, it doesn't... I keep forgetting it doesn't tell me exactly how many it grants. But yeah, I think 1 or 2 more of those should probably be fine. Maybe Fleet Commander? I mean, 28 conversion centers definitely implies a much larger population than I currently have. I don't know. We'll see. 36 scientists is actually really tempting, because obviously it takes a while for us to research right now. Oh, that's our first citizen death. Well, makes sense. We're definitely at the point where we're properly generating pollution. So this filter is actually a slightly higher priority. What? Oh, right, because it doesn't have the... Yeah, it doesn't have the command center. Look at those trucks. That's a thing of beauty. So that'll slowly recharge its battery. I am going to need to figure out exactly what's going on with this ship. So this is more of a draft than anything, but don't like that. Okay, I also need to... Right, I don't have my usual... this should work. Okay. I use envelopes a lot for writing, it turns out. Okay. I really gotta find out where these deaths are coming from. Okay. So, we've got 12 energy for laser beams. We're going to have... I think we could probably go for 4... Well, okay. Do we actually need 4 crew pods? We definitely need 2 to handle the... Yeah, actually, this raises an interesting question. So, now that, like, generators don't require... Well, I guess shields get used. And actually, come to think of it, shields would not be a bad idea. I mean, a lot of the problems I've been running into would probably be solved by shields. So let's say we'll have 1 medical pod for sure. And we'll have a minimum of 2 life support. So that means I need a minimum of 15 energy. Excuse me. So this will give me 18. Which with a okay, so let's say that I go for the 2 large generators just to maximize the power output. So to hit sort of the balance, that'll give me 18. Now let's say that okay, 12, 1, and 2, so 13, 15. So that would give me 3 shields if I staff them. Oh, I haven't researched shields. Okay, well that makes that even easier then. So instead, I'll put a... Actually, you know, it doesn't hurt to have... I don't think it hurts to have some strong power generation. There's a little bit more redundancy in here than I would want, but I don't think that's terrible for relays, if I'm completely honest. As a hypothetical, let's see what this is generating 3. This needs 3, so, well, this is probably overkill, but again, I don't think it hurts to have surplus in terms of production, so 2 of these things down. Now, we only need 2 life support systems. Again, it's good to make sure that they're not near guns. I also don't want to entomb stuff, so feel a little silly with all the redundancies, but I do have kind of an idea behind this, though. But I entomb stuff again. Okay, never mind. Okay, so the rest is really just a question of engines, fuel, and batteries, so... Definitely want to stick a bunch of engines in this thing. Particularly because the last ship died because even though we had 2 engines, they got taken out. I do also want to make sure I have enough fuel, so... Again, I'm avoiding entombing things, so I gotta be a little... I mean, this is an absolute mess as far as the layout is concerned, but... this doesn't quite work for me. Alright, I think that's enough fuel for now. I need more crew pods. Now, of course, the drawback is that I'm going to need to train more workers, and I haven't paid everyone, so it's a bit of a penalty for my my poor decision making. Oh. Let's cancel that. Nope. One too many. We've entombed it. It's not the prettiest ship I've ever designed, but I think it does the trick. Should probably keep some of the red artifacts for... Holy smokes, look at that influence. So we gotta work all of this and fast. Okay, seems to me like we are ready to go. Oh, I should have saved the design. I wonder if I can do that. I suspect I'm going to have to do it in the shipyard. Okay, in the meantime, let's focus on building that office. We also have the opportunity to do some upgrades, so I'm going to create massive storage problems, and I won't even feel a little bit bad about it. In fact, we're just going to grind the whole place to a halt. I don't think there's anything else I can upgrade at this point. I apparently have more than one smasher. Interesting. Oh, oh. You can upgrade the mines. I figure if I'm going to have a large workforce, I might as well go all in. Man, look at that. That monument was absolutely what the doctor ordered. So I'm just trying to think about where... I guess we can put it over the sinkhole. So this is going to get the priority for future upgrades just because it generates isotopes. But this is definitely going to be more gradual. Like this, I'm doing this kind of because I can. It's also nice to get an idea of the kind of strain that I'm putting on my power.
You know, Founder, monetization is a great, easy way to earn some quick credits. When the work phase begins, citizens will go to their preferred monetization stations. During those hours, you'll be earning residual revenue from the advertisements they'll be watching. Thank goodness citizens don't have to be a complete waste of resources.
This residential is definitely a key to our profitability, so upgrading those in the offices is a pretty high priority here. I do need to start thinking about more generators. But if I build them too early, then that's going to starve me of the isotopes. Well, no, I'm not going to get starved on tier 2 isotopes.
Hey there, Founder? Right. They told me you'd be checking in soon. I'm Vern Skull, your waste management officer. I think that title is pretty reductive, but yeah, I'm the one who moves the waste around. You make the trash, I move the trash. You dump the trash, I burn the trash. It's a beautiful partnership. And boy, you do have a lot of trash piling up around your city, don't you? No worries yet, though. We'll handle it later.
So artifacts are turning their head as a threat again, or not a threat, but a shortfall. But again, money's definitely the focus right now. So getting close to finishing the isotopes patch. It'd be nice to link this up before I try and upgrade it. I am a little worried about the proximity to living spaces, but I'll see where we're sitting before I freak out too much about it. We also need 80 influence to clear out these last isotopes, so we'll see how it all works. So I'm going to start by connecting these energy plants. If they take 45 each, we've got more than enough power, or more than enough fuel to power them all. And again, we're going to have a pretty rapid expansion in terms of our housing and employees. In fact, I may need to make a second smokestack to deal with a lot of this. But that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I may actually wind up having to give back a little bit in terms of employment to demolish the work from home setup, because I think that's going to be... That's actually not in the worst polluted area. Interesting. So the deaths seem to be coming from this center, which of course makes this absorption even more of a priority. But that requires artifacts, which I am currently saving the resources for. Okay. So if I had one thing to upgrade, it would be the office, so we're going to leave that be. Although we're clearly short on isotopes in terms of our upgrade, so I definitely want to upgrade that mine as soon as I can. We'll do another big spurt of upgrades, but that's I'm going to need to sort of build up my capacity before I try something like that. This is looking encouraging, though. I should also remember I don't get to keep any of the money that I don't use, so we're not going to make 7,000, so I might as well increase our spaceport storage. We will also eventually increase council storage. The thing is that I need tickets more than I need storage, so I'm going to stick with this. God, that's a lot of people dying. That's a pretty big influence leak. But what are you going to do, right? I mean, other than give people livable conditions. This isn't a fantasy game, after all. So the idea here is we'll connect this office. This will give me the economy sort of a shot in the arm. How much more do we have in the workday? Probably not enough for the spaceport storage, but I'll bet you we can upgrade. Well, obviously we can upgrade the council. The question is if we can upgrade the council twice. Of course, at some point I also want to build another spaceport. But I can't do everything at once, and yeah, I definitely feel like we're going to have to clear out quite a bit of space before I try anything too fancy. Lots of opportunities, though. You know, the mines are nice, but now that I'm making more influence, I suspect we're just going to be able to drill down all of these ruins pretty quickly. So get ready for the next residential area. This is just sort of early planning. So just as a reminder, the way that office buildings and residential areas tend to work, a fully upgraded office building will have enough jobs for 2 fully upgraded residential areas. So essentially, because I'm going to be building 2 offices here, I want to make sure I messed up the count. God, I'm an idiot. So I've got 1, 2, 3. Where's the 4th? Didn't leave myself any space for a 4th. So, but I can save it, sort of. I have to dismantle this one. So what I'll do instead, residence. So we have full road coverage here. Office. It's weird, but it works. It does put me behind a bit, though, just because I was so busy clearing all this stuff out. And again, this is just because of my preference for connect. No, see, that still doesn't work because I don't get to connect it to the road. I think I'm just going to have to eat it, though. I don't really see a way of making that work without creating more disruption than I think it's worth. And that threat's growing. I also didn't think about what the effect it would have on my grid. So I actually also need to build another pylon. That's a little less difficult to deal with, though. Oh, actually, that is a bit harder than I thought. Okay, I know how I'm going to handle this. So if we put it down here, I think we can upgrade this all the way, still get the coverage we need, and then we can just dismantle this one. This is definitely a case of, you know, measure twice, cut once. But we'll get through it. God, the death rate's pretty appalling. 19, 15, 16, 15. I mean, I guess I'll get something that's close to the work areas, because I think I need to prioritize quick acquisition over the total number. Oh wait, I need to get 40, another 40 though for this. Ugh! No good. All right. So my current goals. I need to get 3 more red artifacts, which actually, honestly, I could probably get by demolishing the existing ruins rather than mining one. But I don't know. I think I can wait it out. We're getting close to having an office ready. I just kind of messed up my priorities a bit. I guess we can build the other residential areas though, so let's get to work on that. So residents and residents. Okay. This is going to be the start of the next one, but I do need the 40 influence for it. And of course the energy pylon, but that's another story. And of course I'll keep replenishing the population. That's going to be a little drag on influence, but the point is to make some money with them, so. I don't know if that's actually what happened, but it definitely looks like it moved like up and then down. It's almost like the migrants were being like dropped off from okay, yeah, so it doesn't do that. But yeah, it almost looked like it caught the migrants like as they were dropped from the atmosphere or something. Sorry, I find it easy to amuse myself. Okay, I think we can afford to turn on the med bay. I think I have fewer civilian deaths in Frostpunk than I do in Industries of Titan. Yeah, we've got a pretty healthy workforce here. I definitely want to add to it because it'd be great to have just like 3 floors of isotope and mineral production running. But I'm not feeling particularly constrained on resources right now. I'm always going to need like tier 3 isotopes. That's pretty much always going to be a priority. But I don't think I need to worry too much. And now a word from our sponsors.
Oh, Founder, it looks like your citizens are dying from pollution.
You're dying from pollution.
It's not my job to tell you what to do about pollution.
You're right,
That's
it isn't.
Vern's problem. But it is my job to keep the citizens alive.
Well, you're doing a pretty good...
They are so very expensive after all, and without them, we won't be making any money. You know, residential buildings provide a natural resistance to pollution. I'd consider looking into those.
Yeah, well, apparently it's not enough. Unless I'm misreading this. Like, this definitely doesn't look too polluted. This definitely seems to be in a danger zone.
Founder, hello there. We should talk about dedicating your employees. You see, if you need an employee to keep their finger on the pulse of a particular task, now you can. Simply open the Employee Management panel and under Dedicated Employees, allocate how many you want standing by. Those employees will be committed to that task alone, whether you have jobs for them at the moment or not.
Okay, so there's going to be a bit of a lag while they mine up the 12 isotopes, but there's also going to be a lag while they build the pylon. I'm actually a little curious. I mean, obviously just threw a whole bunch of tasks at them, so I'm a little curious what they're working on. Right, they're getting rid of these. Okay. Okay, we're slowly working our way out of this mess. Once this gets built, we can double it up, upgrade it to tier 3, and then hopefully this residential area will be ready to go in time. Also, once I upgrade this to tier 3, I'm going to do a dress rehearsal by switching this energy pylon off and seeing whether or not this has sufficient coverage. I think it will, but no, I don't think there's any prizes for assuming. It also occurred to me there's going to be a big isotope hit when we try to turn that, upgrade these energy plants, so I should prepare for that. Really no reason not to start with these upgrades, frankly. So again, I'm asking a lot of my employees right now. I have a lot of employees, but I'm asking a lot of them right now, so I'm going to need to wait a little while to get everything finished. But we should be fine. The next goal is to get 50 or 60, I think. Yeah. 60 influence so that I can mine this artifact patch, so I can set this up as a pollution unit. It's funny, I was debating on turning that into artifacts, and I'm glad I didn't, because I definitely would have been in trouble. It's funny, I delayed doing those upgrades for so long to try and find the ideal spot, and it seems like the ideal spot is where I'm suffering all my deaths. It is what it is. I wonder how we are. So 519. Yeah, man, we chew through isotopes pretty quickly. I think once I start working on the artifact patch, I'll maybe go on a bit of a blitz of all the existing ruins. But again, you know, I've kind of have other priorities right now. The big question is going to be whether or not... Actually, one thing I can do to make life... Nope, they're already working on it. I was going to just try and prioritize the upgrades, because that's going to help me make money. Okay, so these two should be connected. Oh, this thing needs to dismantle. I feel like this has actually been in the dismantle queue for a really long time. There is someone assigned to it, so let's trust that the game has its priorities in order. I should have been upgrading this, though. This is going to make for a little bit of a song and dance in terms of getting the hookups right, but... should be fine. Yeah, there we go. I've apparently been wasting tier 3 isotopes for no good reason on these residences. I'm not going to like dismantle them to recover, but I'll just remember it was my foolishness that brought me to this this shortage of tier 3 isotopes. Let's get that office up to a higher level.
Hey, Founder! Taking care of those citizens? I'll let you know the moment I have anything else for you.
Hey, Founder, there's waste all over our city. For now, you can build a waste receptacle in your headquarters or a factory to store it. Your employees on cleaning duty will move their collected waste into storage automatically. It won't solve our waste problem forever, but it's better than nothing.
Sounds a little bit different from the earlier lines.
If the citizens can't see the waste, it might as well not be there, right?
Like, the laugh is the same. I would be surprised if it wasn't the same guy, but definitely, like, for me, I think it's probably because of my familiarity, but it does kind of sound like that was a set of lines. I mean, I remember the lines reasonably well as to which ones had recordings and not, but this one does kind of feel a bit like it's...
Oh, hey, Founder. Looks like you've been collecting a lot of waste. Waste comes from many places. It's often left behind when you salvage a ruin, for example. And us humans, well, we can't help it. Waste piles up everywhere we live. Converting people into employees makes waste too. Swapping guts for gears, there's stuff left over. You probably shouldn't leave that waste lying around. Have your employees clean up after you. If your devices and buildings can't find a spot to put the waste, they'll start to turn off.
Look at that lovely production. Okay, so we've got space for one more residential. Almost ready for the last office. Again, there's a little bit of dancing as far as the power and all that's concerned, but should be good. And we're just about ready to get our next artifact patch, so feeling mildly optimistic about everything, although I'm sure it would be nice to have another shipyard. That's obviously a future consideration. Although, how are we? So I did just deny myself the artifact, but I got myself gold in the form of people. Let's wait for this office to go to level 3 first. Especially because this will give me a bit of an idea as to whether or not... Okay, cool. Oh, 180. Good lord. So I'm not worried about the battery drain. It's why we kind of built the anticipatory power stations. Although, again, that is draining my overall employee level, so there are consequences either way. Okay, so we're ready for a new office. I got a cool little bit on the big upgrades just because we need time to move our isotopes up. I think construction's what's really killing our workforce right now. But that's fine, we'll get through it. Ah, look at all that power. Glorious, isn't it? We've got enough for probably 2 more tier 3s if I need it. Now that number is going to just plummet as soon as the rest of the offices and residences get going. So like I'm not going to be celebrating for too long, but it's definitely a reprieve. And then on top of that, I'm going to be able to convert this into a filtration system soon. So that's another bit of good news. Oh, wow. We are doing considerably better. I didn't appreciate we were generating that much money, which is good. I mean, obviously I want to pay my workers now, but the other thing that's going to do is pay for the remaining hulls, which again I'll need to... Sorry, just taking a quick look. Oh, this is getting scary. I don't actually feel ready for another... I've got a better fleet than I had before, but I'm not feeling super secure. One thing I should probably start doing is finding ideal candidates for... Oh, like that. We're already getting the ticking artifacts, so at this point just the acquisition of any artifacts is the bigger priority for me right now. God, look at that money. It has been a long time since I've seen savings like that. I really shouldn't be spending this ahead of time, but... I also should probably keep an eye on my how good my smokestack is at getting rid of waste, because we're going to be generating a lot in these residential areas. Anyway, one of my priorities right now is to go hunting for high-value artifact targets like this. Yeah, bad guys are showing up.
miss me, Founder?
I like the new lines. All right, let's see what we're up against. Let's redirect. So, big ship on the Penance, and little ship on the Unity. Ooh, that is a big one. Okay. This is kind of maximizing my opportunities to hit gunners. This is definitely biting off more than I can chew here. I think we can hold them at bay. Look at that power system. We've got all our turrets on and we're still still making it work. Okay. I don't need to worry about annoying the rebels anymore, so I might as well grab the high-value artifact centers. It's also going to take a while for my people to use them. Okay, and we are ready to activate the filter. There's no need to keep the turrets going because we're already... Alright, now this is a little silly. We've got 4 people... We've got 4 people for turrets. We've got 2 people that we can dedicate to repairs. I'm not... Oh, get that fire out. So, for those of you not familiar with Industries of Titan, this is something that just got added, actually, is fire. And as you can see, they can become a huge problem. So we just had a ship blow up over this area. And unless my workers, get in there pretty quickly to start fighting it, we are in some serious danger of losing... At least losing the road, but it is definitely going to spread to more valuable infrastructure. And I have tied up a lot of my people in different jobs. We do have 5 active people on the repairs, though, so I'm assuming it's just a matter of time before they show up. A little rain would be nice. Oh, you know what? I think I can solve this. It's going to cost me... No! So, it's a lot of money I just lost for no reason. And as you can see, the fire's still spreading. It's on... Oh god, the activated battery is definitely not something I want to lose. But yeah, so fire, I mean, like, obviously fire is as old as SimCity, but it's definitely a really interesting dilemma in this game in particular. Particularly just because I jabbed up all my workers with so much stuff to do. So I'm kind of seeing the consequences of that choice. We should be fine, though. Like, I'm a little worried that there aren't people working on, like, the mine and the factory, because, like, this is stuff that I do... Like, I do want to see it cleared out. Let's maybe just do another repair all. I've definitely learned that fires are quite difficult to get under control. Which, again, it feels like that's the way it should be. Obviously, if you are suffering a fire, in particular, like, this is gonna murder my logistics.
Lesson, and when I am victorious, I will remember it.
Yeah, so our command center's on fire now. Some of the stuff's out. Looks like we've got rainfall. I don't know if rainfall affects the fires yet. It definitely feels like something that would be added if they don't already. I don't think we can bring new people into the city yet. I don't even know where I put my conversion centers. Oh, yeah, we did pay them. Okay, looks like the fire's out, so we can afford to unburrow. But yeah, like, obviously this destroyed road was handling both the mining station as well as the refining operation. Now, the good news is we've got more Tier 3 minerals than we know what to do with. So, if I were to have one part of my supply chain disrupted, that's the one I'd feel okay about. But still, like, it's a shame that we lost it. Oh, we didn't? Oh, no, nope. That's still, yeah. That's a different road. This one still needs to be redone. Okay, we're slouching on to our new office. Move the Rogue Daphnis back to spot. So, I mean, we're doing an okay-ish job handling the rebels, but I definitely need to be putting more into my navy, which is going to be sort of the next set of priorities. I do still kind of, I mean, financially, I'm all right. We're making considerably more than we're spending. Of course, to me, that just says that I should be getting more workers at this point. But I'll at least be able to sort of buy the ships that I need and such. There is also, I think probably once I get a second shipyard down, I should consider going after the rebel bases. I don't really, so I did choose the option where the rebels still keep coming after you in waves, so that gives me a reason to continue finish that. Actually, so I guess going for Marshal top employer, yeah, I should think a little bit about the goals that I want to achieve. I did say I wanted to get as big as possible, so it's not a bad one for me to continue pursuing. I'm just going to turn this off to see. Okay, so that's not going to cover me. I do actually need both these pylons on. That sucks, but it is what it is. I've got enough to work another artifact patch. I'm going to go for the one that has the higher value. But I should also be considering some of these obsidian ruins just so I can clear these out. I also need to consider going to bed because I've been going an hour extra and it's past midnight. I do actually have quite a bit to get through at work tomorrow. I would like to see this ruin go online though. I'll confess, it is a little surprising to me that it's taking this long for some of these jobs to be done. Oh my god, that's why. It's building out of the wrong bloody material. I wonder how many buildings I did that for. I was building that out of tier 1 minerals. That's gonna take forever to fix. Oh my god. That explains so much. So this probably won't instantly deal with pollution, but I get to see the effect. Oops. Conveniently, it avoids the sinkhole. So, I don't normally like going fast, but I do actually kind of want to see if I can watch how these levels change in real time. I think I'm gonna save up for the obsidian. I've got 2 people working on artifact patches right now, so... Okay, so that's capacity. Definitely want to do more research. Oh, that's shameful. I should have been working on that. I mean, I actually cleared that out for that very reason. Alright, well, I mean, there's no point in crying about it. Okay, arrival time, Gatling gun, truck pollution. Oh, truck pollution's gonna be a huge one. Ship. Yeah, my problem is definitely that I want all the text in the web. I don't believe in scrapping. Alright, so almost ready for the obsidian ruins, so let's donate some minerals. So close. I haven't seen that move at all. Then again, I suspect that is not a quick procedure. I should maybe get an idea of the... Okay, so we're mining these... These I don't think we have access to. Yeah. Is that really the last? No, no. We've got at least one more. 2 more. So I should probably pencil in about 120 units for the obsidian ruin reduction. But I gave you a filter. You should all be fine now, right? This office building's ready to upgrade, so let's see if we can get that in before the workday. Almost certainly not, but I will prioritize it and see if we can get lucky.
Hey, Founder. Remember when I said we didn't have to worry about the smog we were making? Well, now we do. The air quality is awful today. When we burn waste, it fills the air over our city with toxic chemicals. They won't kill us right away. Everyone has breathing masks. But it'll definitely kill us eventually, though. If a citizen's home is in an area with high pollution levels, their health will start to decline. And if the air quality is at dangerous levels, well, those people will actually die. However, we can just wait it out. The pollution clouds will spread out and diminish over time.
Yeah, so even with the rain and the filter, it doesn't feel like the pollution's dispersing too much. I think probably there's 2 effects. So I don't know if it's the trucks that are doing so much as the mine. And that mine is still going to get bigger. So it's pretty clear what my next upgrade is going to be. We'll buy our way to... So truck pollution and mine pollution. I'm just working out my plans. Yeah, that works for me for now. I may wind up scrapping the mine range, I'm not sure. Okay, roads ready to go. How are we for... Yeah, still a lot of construction jobs. I'm assuming a lot of this is just moving those minerals that I stupidly put down. So, I think we just wait out for the last of the obsidian ruins. When I have the... What? Wow. I did not think we were going to have that problem. So we actually had to upgrade our storage facility before upgrading the office. And again, I've got more money than I know what to do with now, so that's a nice place to be. My health's really not improving. Didn't we already do all the conversions? I could have sworn we did. Anyways, doesn't matter. We're definitely on our way there now. So I suppose my question would be, where do I want to build the next conversion center? This doesn't seem like a bad spot. Actually, that seems like a great spot because it's in the middle of pollution. Yeah. And it gives me something to use those ice or those minerals for. Okay, we've also got a couple of other things that we can do in the meantime, so we'll combine these. This residential... Okay, so I've already got 2 tier 3 residentials. Now that I know offices cost a lot, I might want to prioritize upgrading those. We can take out the first of the obsidians. Extract the first of the obsidians. I would like the fuel storage, but I need to... Again, I kind of need to think about how this all fits together. Oh god, there was one sitting in plain sight. Okay, so I still need 120 influence. So, I don't know. Overall, cash-wise, I think we're going to be fine. Clearly, like, I actually have more potential job. Hey, Irrepressible. I'm actually getting ready to wrap up, but it's good to see you. It's been a pretty quiet chat tonight. I almost have more jobs. Excuse me. I almost have more potential jobs like that can be filled than I currently have jobs. And again, like it seems like we're losing a pretty steady stream of citizens. We kind of need to hope. Am I imagining things, or has that gotten better? I hope it's gotten better. The number's slowly going up. But yeah, I mean, we're definitely at the point now where I need to be getting the like I need to get my shipyards ready. I need to get my my employees converted. We're definitely kind of hitting this point where we can start doing some more rapid expansion, but I think I'm at the point now where I'm going to want to have a pretty robust fleet to protect what I've already got. And then on top of that, it would be nice to take out the rebel camps. I don't believe any of my objectives require it. But like at the very least, I want 400 citizens. I think there is it's perfectly reasonable to try and go to 90 employees. And in fact, I think it's perfectly reasonable to try and go to 1,050 citizens. Like, I've never tried to get that number. Why not go for it, right? I'll probably need to figure out where all the power is coming from. But I think that'll be a fun challenge. And particularly if we can take out the rebel bases, that'll give me some just some fun to deal with. You're passing out, so your lurk is going to end. Cheers for the stream. Hey, thank you, Olaf. Again, I'm always happy to have you here, particularly because, I don't know, there is definitely something really nice about knowing that someone's, like, again, I never want to take you for granted, but, like, you've been very, very dedicated for the stream, and it's nice when things are quiet to sort of know that there's someone still there. So thank you. But yeah, I should probably wrap up anyway, so you might miss me doing a couple of tech things, but other than that, have a wonderful night. I will probably be heading to bed myself, but let's kill the mine pollution first. Nothing, I don't think I unlocked anything new. But I can at least make the bridges to the other nodes. So, oh, salary negotiations. Definitely want that. Smokestack pollution going down wouldn't be bad as well. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in this. Oh man. Not only is there a lot of cool stuff, there's a lot of stuff in this. Okay, but yeah, let's end it there. I'm sorry I was a little more quiet, but this actually seems like a decent place to call it. So, I'm not 100% sure when I'm going to do this again. I would kind of like to go back to Phantom Brigade, but what I did intend to do with this playthrough was record some on my own time and just upload them to YouTube, because I would really like to sort of get to the end of this playthrough, and I realize that the new update is not that far away. Now the bit of good news is that I'm not currently recording any new Oblivion episodes, because those are finished. So I am more likely to finish this run than I am some of the previous ones. But I did want to do Industries of Titan tonight, because I kind of knew that I was falling behind. Yeah, so less than 2 weeks for the new update. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't think it would hurt to do a little more Phantom Brigade, because I know I'm going to be focusing on Industries of Titan when the new update comes out. But this was a chance for me to just kind of refresh my memory, make some progress. I'm actually quite happy with where the base is, other than the fact that I would like more ships, and that I may have some difficulty like getting enough power to sustain over 1,000 citizens. I definitely feel like we are in a pretty good spot, and it'd be nice. I've only had a couple of games where I've like really generated enough resources to just kind of go nuts. So this might be another one of these. This might be another time like that, as long as I can find the power. So I think it will be kind of fun to see how rapidly I can expand, and I definitely want to do my best to achieve that. But as for me, I'm done for tonight. Tomorrow I am having a day off. How restful it is a whole other question. But I'm going to find somebody to host tonight and leave you in their capable hands. So sorry for the silence. That's just what happens when you tab out Industries of Titan. I'll try not to trespass too much more on your time, because usually whoever I host is far more entertaining than me. Okay, IntelliGame's not online, sadly. Night Valian's playing Tunic, so it's like Elden Ring for people who want to talk about indie games. No, I'll leave you with Tunic. Actually, Tunic is an interesting game for me, because Kevin Regami, who works on the audio for Industries of Titan, I'm pretty sure demoed this game at a sort of like a Twitch meetup in Vancouver, and this is back when the game was called Secret Legend. But what was funny about this was that when I've moved out to Ottawa now, and I actually found two local developers. So there's one guy, Eric Billingsley, who is attached to Tunic. Eric's an incredibly nice guy, very talented as well. So he worked on Cuphead, and then he did his own thing under Sparse Game Dev as it's called Spring Falls. I highly recommend it. It's a great puzzler, sort of it's about erosion, which is a bit of an odd subject, but I highly recommend the game. I really like its atmosphere, and I think it's very, very well done. But yeah, so I found out that he was attached to Tunic. So I was like, oh man, I'm never going to be able to escape this game. But apparently another one of the organizers, Jonah, is also attached to the game. So it's a very Canadian game, one that has got a lot of people who I admire quite a bit attached to it. And so in addition to just being able to host Night Valiant, who I know tends to go a little bit later, it's a chance for me to maybe not highlight, because I'm perfectly capable of playing the game myself, but it's definitely a chance to show some support to a game which has a number of people who definitely I have quite a bit of admiration for who worked on it.